Hi, everyone. Welcome to Season 2, Episode 18 of Fabrically Speaking Live. I'm your host, Clare Rowley, inventor of the Creative Feet line of sewing machine products. And today we're going to have some fun doing Dresden plate applique. Have any of you ever done any applique using the Dresden plate design before? If you have, go ahead and hit that like button. And I'm going to take a minute to say hello. Hi, Sandy from Tucson. And I know one of you thought you were going to miss it, Lori, so you see you didn't miss it. You were early. You were on time. And I need to turn on so I can hear myself. Oh, I got something tapping on my sewing machine. Hi, Tina. Oh, what is going on with this? All these gadgets. Hi, Beverly from Illinois. I think this is your first time, well, at least first time I've noticed. Hi, Becca. You're also a newbie, I believe. Welcome. Come on, phone, turn back on. My phone lets me know you can hear me. Because then I can hear myself in my ear. And it looks like everything is going well, but I just can't hear myself yet. Camera, go live. All right, I can hear myself. Which my son thought was insane. Why would you want to hear yourself in your ear? I go, it's better than wondering the whole time if you guys can hear me or not. So if any of you were watching last week I showed how to do some die cutting, and I cut a Dresden plate pattern out and I didn't put any fusible behind it, so I was going to show that one, show how you can sew it. However, I really wanted to use it as an applique. You've been subscribed for a while, Becca? Well, I'm glad you've made it to the live. I know a lot of people arrive here and then they can't figure out why they can't chat. So if you're viewing and you can't click in the chat or you don't see the live chat, then make sure that you're actually logged into your YouTube channel, because you all actually have your own YouTube channel. If you've ever subscribed to anything on YouTube, it requires you create an account. And when you do that, you are in essence creating your own channel where you can like different channels and create a channel that you can share with friends and go, these are all the people that I like. And then they can go and look at your channel and videos are lined up. It looks like maybe you were the creator of your videos. No, they all show up as like your liked videos. So if you've ever not been able to chat or share, which we'd love it if you shared these videos, then you may not have been logged into your YouTube account, or maybe you're logged into your husband's or your friend's or your grandchild or whoever was hanging out on your computer last. Hi, Fiona. Thank you. All right. I got a new color presser to play with today. This is the Tequila Sunrise, and I thought it was appropriate because of the colors I'm going to use today, which are similar to the ones I used for the bag. That was a couple weeks back. If you didn't catch this, it was 2 weeks ago, I believe, on Fabrically Speaking Live. My channel is broken down in playlists, so you can go to the playlist for Fabrically Speaking Live, which is the name of my show. So I'm going to play around with the same kind of color scheme today, because all I can tell you is I love this so much. This fabric right here. Have you ever had a fabric that you love so much that you bought the whole bolt? If you did, go ahead and give a thumbs up. And if you don't know how to do any of the characters, they're down, way down at the bottom of the chat. You'll see a kind of a grayed out smiley face. And if you click on that smiley face, it opens up. And then you're able to view all of the different ways you can participate in the chat. Okay, so what I first need to do is fuse some fusible on the back of my material. I think I remember where I put that one I cut out already. I actually put it somewhere, oh, really secure. But it was last week. How much do you remember a week later? Let's see. Because I do need to find it because that's the actual die. And I am going to use the dies again this week. You missed it last week. But instead of showing a whole bunch of them, I'm just going to use it like I show you. I'm going to show you how I use it in my everyday sewing experience. The die system is comprised of a machine that we cut with, and we have a platform, a metal plate, and a clear plate. And I don't know what I did with the one that originally came with my machine. So I adapted using paper to increase the thickness of the board to mimic the right size die. So if you have steel rule dies, you can use the same machine I'm about to use. And if you have a different machine and you want to use our dies, well, you can do so by getting a platform for your machine that accommodates or changes your machine or makes your machine the right thickness to work with our dies. If you don't know what a die is, they are to die for. Sorry for the pun. Oh, you have tons of bolts? Tons, that's a big number. So I'd already cut out these little pieces, a small Dresden plate, which is probably what I should do today. Stick with small ones so I can get done quicker. Now this pattern is designed so that you can sew your Dresden plate together. If you do so, you'll end up with kind of a weird shape on the outside of the petal. And I recommend you do something, so I'm going to explain it a little bit. If you already have one of these, so if you sew these pieces together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance first, number one, they're going to shrink in size. And then you have the outside of the petal with no folded under fabric. So what you can do is actually make these petals ahead of time with another petal like chopped off and attached to that. So you would do your little seam allowance there and then turn it right side out. That's one way of doing it. Another way is to cut out some of the Applique stabilizer that we offer and fuse it to the back and then do the needle turn applique, which I showed a little bit last week. So all of that is good, and I could probably do it on another episode, but what I really want to do today is not take 8 hours to get to the end of this project. And I could have just used these petals. However, there's no fusing on the backside. So I thought I might actually show you how you can use our liquid-based glue in place of a fusible in case you forgot, like me, and you want to still use these pieces. So I'm going to, if I have enough time, do a combination of both, fused and not fused, and then you can see the difference on how they look. Sound like a good idea? I've had a different kind of week. go ahead and pull this out. It's been so eventful. So if I, this one be little, and I'll do the bigger one for this one. And I'm gonna cut all sizes of the circles just so I have a choice at the end. Have any of you done the Dresden play? I didn't see anybody say yes. And this is called the rounded Dresden, as it has rounded on the outside edges of it. See if I can. There's actually like 4 different ways you can do the Dresden plate. That just means there's more video opportunity for me. So the first thing I'm going to do is fuse our fuse and fuse to the back of this fabric. And I'm going to, I think I'm going to do a totally different technique that I've shown you before for the circle of the one that I don't use a fusible on. We'll see how much I can get done. I always think I can get more done than I can. So I know that I need 6 of these petals. Isn't it just dreamy? Ah, I love it. And I think I actually did everything right so far today on the live. So crossing fingers, I will continue. Oh, I forgot to unplug the phone. Well, I almost got through with a perfect start. Talk about timing. Right when I say I think I did a really good job, then there goes the phone. I can't even hide the fact that I messed that up. Oh well, you know, no matter how hard I try not to be a normal human, I make mistakes. Okay. I don't know yet if my son has turned on our Mother's Day sale. But know this, if it isn't on yet, it probably will be before the live is over. You know what, I'm just going to look really quick. And I think I'll show you. Where's my site? So here's the site. And this is how you can tell. Right up here on this bar at the top of our website says what's going on. And right now, if you were to order right now, on orders over $49, you get free shipping. One of our newest products that we just added. Let me see if he got it in there. They're not showing yet, so he must be having a different kind of morning. We're about to release a brand new blog on Thread, so hopefully tonight, if not tonight, well, tomorrow morning. And know that if you're a part of our newsletter, which you can join easily on our website, then you'll be receiving a newsletter. And if you're also a member of my school, which is Create with Clare Rowley, in here you can receive notifications. Looks like somebody is saying something in the school here to me. So I don't know. Amy knows how to get here. Or if she's not here, she probably will be soon. I shouldn't do that when you're watching. I don't know what she's going to say. It might be something personal, because inside of the school you have access to me, And when you want information and you send a message to me, it actually comes through to my cell phone. I get a text message and then I can help you. Sometimes I help you within seconds. And know that you cannot wake me up. If you're worried about waking me up with that, I have my phone set so that I can't get woken up by it. See if I can speed up the ironing process by ironing a whole bunch of these at once while the iron gets hot. A good way to get these creases out, if you buy bundles like I bought when I got all these fat quarter bundles. And these are Kaufman fabrics. Some of them are marbled. And marbled fabric blends nicely with batik. I don't know if this is even wise, but I'm always up for trying something. Nothing like trying something like this live. Oh, got my water bottle here to help get it a little bit wet. And if you want to get creases out that have been in there for a long time, a little bit of vinegar in your water, just white vinegar, will help with that. I did not put it in this because this is my inking water bottle. Let's see how this goes. Sometimes you go, well, that didn't speed up my time at all, because now I have to take it all apart and iron each one individually anyway. But you never know unless you try, right? Laura, you live in Montana. That's one state I haven't been to yet. I haven't been to Montana or Alaska. I've been everywhere else. Is that big sky country? Is that what Montana is? Can't remember. Shooting that steam. Well, this is a boring video. She's just ironing. I can see how wet that still is. I don't think it sped up anything, but what can I say? I tried really hard to be ready, but we had unusual things occur, both Monday and today, that took my time away from being completely ready, that have to do with our products. So I had to put my attention, or put all my focus on that. Looks like they're all pretty good and crease free. I don't mind if they're a little bit damp as I continue. Okay, I want my iron to be hot. I just don't want it to be in the way. Let's see here. And what I want let's see. The pattern calls for, we can do whatever we want with the Dresden plate. But this design shows you having just 2 colors of fabric for the petals and then 1 center, and there's 6 each, so there's a total of 12 petals going all the way around. So if I were to stick with this, and then I can. It might be simpler for my brain if I do that. And I was thinking of the yellow as the center. so that I can stitch through it with a little quilting. So which one? I think I'm going to do this one instead. I like how bright that one is. So which yellow? This yellow or this yellow? I always like to give you guys a little participation in the color choices when I play around with you guys on Thursday afternoon at 2. So dark center or light center. And then I could use one on the little one. So I'll have this one, I'll do more than one circle so that I can play around with it. And I think I'll stick with these. If I could hear you guys talk, I could make my decisions quicker. I still have to decide what I'm going to applique this onto. So many decisions. Do you guys enjoy the decision-making part, or does it frustrate you? So I need 6 of these. And since it's shaped like this, I could think of alternating in this way to save fabric. So put your finger there, and we got 3, and then go here, and we got 4. Okay, so what I'm planning for right now is where to place my fusible on the back side. If my opinion is I can never have enough already fused fabric to add to different patterns. So I don't mind. Actually, I wanted to go bigger than the stabilizer. I'm working with a tight space, or I'd probably be using my cutting table. Recreations is asking if I've tried to use Zoom. We use Zoom, but not for this. We use Zoom inside the school. It's funny your name kind of took me off guard, because we're thinking of doing restream so that we can go again to having our videos be on multiple platforms. Zoom is just not adequate for doing this type of streaming. We're running 4 cameras. It's more of a you guys want to chat kind of platform, and this is what we do in the school, where you can participate more and you can talk out loud. What I'm doing here is trying to just educate. We have different ways of serving you. Sometimes having you guys participate can slow down the process. There we go. There we go. So if you like the Zoom type of style and you're a member of the school, know that now that things are kind of running smoothly, I will be doing some more lives with you guys in a Zoom style. Probably continue to use Zoom, but we're always looking for the best platform for your experience. And the VIP group receives or gets to participate in every Saturday of the month, or every 3rd Saturday of the month. I do a live whatever you want Claire to sew Saturday, and they pick the topic I tried to control the topic, but since I let everyone choose the topic, I stick with it. This last week, I wanted to do something, and they went, no, do this instead. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do what you guys want. So if you like having power over me, join the VIP group inside of the school, Create with Clare Rowley. And I did post the link to that at the top of the chat. So I'm just making a certain amount of fabric fusible. And after doing last week's design, I'm kind of really wanting to have a lot of little pieces of fusible and have them already cut out, I mean, already fusible. And so I can just kind of cut and just iron like modern shaped designs on my fabric. If you guys didn't see last week's live, let me show, I think I have it handy here. This is what I ended up doing last week. You can probably see it a little better if I show it to you on this camera. It was a lot of fun, but I tell you what, filming with black fabric and a white dog and white batting everywhere proved challenging. Have any of you watching been one of the participants in one of my Zoom chats? I do a coffee talk where I am in my office and I share content, and so I'm not actually at my sewing machine when I do that, but we do go live on Zoom with all of these cameras. I managed to do it. First time we did it, everybody was kind of upset because their picture would cover the entire screen while I was sewing. And some of them privately emailed me and let me know how they felt about that. And I was like, I'm still trying to figure out how to get that not to happen. And I did figure out how to do that. So if you've ever been a part of a Zoom with me before and didn't like that, got it too long. Know that now when I am live on the sewing machine, especially, when you speak or cough or you rub your microphone on accident, you won't cause the whole stream to stop. We have a lot of deliveries coming today. And we have a sign out there telling the delivery people not to ring the doorbell, because we have our own doorbell. His name is Chase. How many of you have dogs? Pink center, Lori? How many agree? A pink center or a yellow center? Now I'm not sure. I just think of a flower in nature, and most often they have yellow centers. That doesn't mean anything. They don't always. Why do you keep thinking I'm not using you? I mean, if I really wanted to get into it, I could do 3 different circles for the center. This is what gets me into trouble. I start talking about all the different options, and then I get to where I want to do it. So we're on our... I was going to do the pink for the petals. See how easily you can manipulate me, though? So I only have 2 flowers that I'm going to do. I think I got one hair tickling me. I don't know what I did with that. Oh, there it is. The lighter yellow. Here's the thing, I only have so much time to sew. Hi, Cynthia. Yeah. Life has a way of interrupting. I could do a big circle for the dark and then pink for the middle. Now this is one center, remember, so one circle, but I can cut 3 circles. And I could have the outer ring of the circle be the dark yellow, the middle be the pink, or the other way around, pink and then dark yellow and then light yellow. What do you think? I mean, I may not finish sewing it all, but you guys get to decide. See? Whatever you want Thursday. You got a minute to decide. I can always cut more. We can do so many things. You have a dog named Sarah. That's a cute name. Tinkerbell is sleeping on the chair next to me. She's dog tired. Her little paws are hanging off the chair. And Chase is wondering why he can't let all of the service guys come in, the guys that deliver, and play ball. I didn't know he was going to be a ball chaser when I named him Chase. So I need you guys to help me figure out what to teach next week. What do you guys want me to do? I keep thinking about an apron because I don't own one. I mean, I own them, but they're not fun. I want fun apron. I was going to do one for Mother's Day, but then all of a sudden it was Mother's Day week, and happy Mother's Day to any of you that are mothers. My children have been very active with their mother this week. My daughter just bought me a float. Do you know what a float is? She loves to pamper me. One Mother's Day, she bought me a massage, and I went in for the massage. And you know how there is a split in the seat? If you haven't been to a masseuse, they have so you can breathe and put your face down. And I kept smelling roses, and then it was such a strong smell of roses, and the masseuse just kept giggling. And so she goes, look through the opening, and I looked through the opening, and there were these beautiful roses. So not only did she get me the massage, but she also got me roses. With my son, I'm happy just to get a call. I'm happy with just getting a call from her too, but she loves to pamper me. So these 3 colors, or I'm going to add a little of the light yellow just because I don't have to do it unless you guys all agree. So no pink, Tina. Tina never hesitates to say what she feels. I like that. So most everyone wants yellow. But I am going to make one smaller circle for the light yellow, just so we can try it out. We don't have to sew it. We have pieces. It's like a puzzle. We could make our own leaves right now, for instance, and add leaves to the Dresden plate. Hi, Amy. What'd you miss? Me going blah, 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 blah. You didn't really miss much. I'm getting ready to cut using the cutter pillar that we use, or no, the Crafter's Edge. What is it called? Crossover 2. Again. And I'm going to actually sew it, because I've been dying to do it ever since last week. Okay, so now I have all my pieces ready to cut. And without the crafter's edge, we would use a light surface and trace a design that we print out. And trace through, which you could do. So what this eliminates is it eliminates the tracing part. And it also eliminates the holding of the scissors. Now, if you are going to be doing a lot of applique and you are using scissors, our Applique scissors are great. And we have 2 scissors to choose from right now. We also have more scissors coming soon to Creative Feet. It's my job to get things that you want in stock, right? So these are the 3 applique scissors that we have available right now. These are good for thread nipping. This is the one that's ideal for cutting out fabric. And you'll notice it has the 3 holes and this little loop here. So you put your finger through like that. But it also has another, I almost cut my finger. It also has a really unique feature to the blade and doesn't let the fabric drop. So if you're cutting something intricate like that, you don't have to worry about when you accidentally drop your fingers that the fabric falls. See how it stays? Isn't that nice? And each finger has its own little unique spot to sit in, which is healthier for your hands overall. Good option for the Mother's Day sale. But no scissors required, which is why a lot of people with physical challenges that have trouble grabbing or holding or pinching things like the die cutting process, because it eliminates that and gets you to the sewing part faster. And last week, I learned the right way to do this. First off, I had to add paper to make my platform thick enough, simply because I'm using a platform for another machine. And I didn't have time to find it this week. This is the metal plate that we will lay down beneath the fabric. So then the fabric goes on top of this, and then we lay the dies on top of that. So now I have my platform ready, but I'm not going to set it up or decorate it until it's on the machine, because I found it easier last week. If any of you watched me fumble a little bit. This machine weighs about 30 pounds. I really can't remember. I could check. It has Velcro to keep it closed, and it's made with hardened steel gears. So it's very sturdy. Whew. What is that? Oh, my cutter. There we go. You just open it. Make sure nothing's behind it, and hopefully your table's not as covered with stuff as mine is. Are you guys neat and tidy sewers? Are you... where'd I put that? Who came in here and took that? So now I'm going to place this down, and... how long would it take you to cut out 12 of those petals? And we've determined that we could cut, I believe, does anyone remember how many petals we could cut at a time with the paper? I can't remember. I don't remember. I almost had to cancel today's show, you guys. I'm very happy to have not disappointed you. So we know that's a good height. This is when you go, paper scissors or fabric scissors? Paper scissors or fabric scissors? Depends how well my paper scissors cut. because I'm cutting through paper and fabric. Ugh. Well, I have about a ½ inch of the blade at the bottom that is not damaged already. I think I was able to cut 3 petals with the stabilizer attached, but I can't remember. Just to make sure, I just don't want to waste any of this, because it's the most beautiful fabric I've used in a long time. The nice thing about these dies, if you haven't seen them before, is that they are fussy cutting dies. So on the circle that I put on the applique, I could center it like that and have a flower be in the center. And the blade part is the part that sticks up, and you just flip it upside down like that. So the fabulous footy cutting, I think we have a new name. Fabulous fussy cutting dies. So let's see. This is silly. All because I'm trying to save fabric. Can I do it? Can I get 3 out of this? I don't know. If we can, that's the only way I can see. This is kind of what I did last week. There's something about this fabric that makes me struggle with laying my fabrics out. So we know the bigger piece is definitely clear. And then we place this on top. Now we know we're going to cut 2 for sure. So this one definitely won't fit. But I can use this for something else, can't I? And I need 6. And someone's probably wondering, well, if you got to cut it, why are you cutting it? Why is it, does it really help if you have to cut it and then cut it? It's a lot easier to cut. So if I keep every one of them have one straight edge, then I know that the top one clears, then they all should clear. So it's 3. There we go. What do you have on your sewing table, you guys? What are you shocked about, Cynthia? I love watching you guys all chat with each other. I feel a little left out. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 more petals. That's a funny character. I've never used it before. Ah. Of course, I'm not going to cut 6 of these all at once because there's also paper. But it is frustrating when you cut 3 of each and then you go, oh no, I needed 6. My brain just wasn't thinking. You are, Sandy? How convenient. So what is the Dresden plate applique process that you're following? Are you doing a paper piecing version, or what is it called? Never mind. One where you don't see the stitching on the outside? Or are you sewing yours together first and then stitching? Okay. I may as well cut a circle. pulling that up. So I can put this one down. The important thing is that the fabric doesn't stick out past the metal plate. You can get stuck down inside the gears and mess up your fabric. And I have another. How many can you fit on one square plate is how many you can cut at any one time. Okay, and then we take and put our, where's the other yellow? I thought I was doing both yellows. I need a babysitter in here to make sure I don't forget what I'm doing. We're just running out of floor space, so to speak. It's okay if the fabric sticks out on the end that way or the other way, but not out the sides. All right, I think we're good to go. I still have to cut 3 more of this fabric, and then I have to do 6 of the pink, so feel free to ask questions. I put a little of my poster tack that I call needle tack. I use it for lots of different things. I put it on the handle and it pulled this out of the machine. I was like, what is that? That's something new. Okay, and then I put my hand on it, and there is a tension device on this machine, by the way. These dials. So I had it up pretty high, and that reduces the amount of pressure that's on it when you put it in. I must have more paper than I did last week. Here, I thought I was all ready. So I'm taking out some of the paper. If you buy the machine, you won't have to think, because it'll come with the right size platform. And usually it just slides in, so I'm clearly either that or I found my other pad and don't remember finding it. No! I wonder if I did and don't remember doing it. It's funny because I put things away, and do you know how you put things away and you're like, I'll remember that. I put it in a special spot. That's where I'll remember, because that's where I'll think to put it the next time. I'm starting to think I put this away in the same spot. I don't know. And if I'm making it look hard, I'm just trying not to let anything fall on the floor. Let me move it. I hold on to the acrylic top, and then just crank. And as I move, then I put my hand up here. I know that I had fractured this shoulder pretty bad years ago. Now, 3 years ago, I think. So that arm doesn't work as well as it used to. And I'm going to go ahead and stand up for this, but I'm going to do it with the top camera. And I have more stability when I do that. And then I go back. And I go back mostly because my arm is really short. Also, I have a bunch of stuff on the table that's out of your sight that I could knock over. Now I flip it over. And slide this off, leaving the metal plate. And then if you can see that you have cut all the way around. And here I had the fabric down, or this one I did right. These I didn't. So if they cut right, then I got lucky. Let me move this a little bit. So remember, this is 3 petals and the fusible at the same time. Clean cut all the way through. And even if I did it wrong, it worked. Of course, in that one I wasn't cutting 3 layers. Okay, so now I have an issue that happens, and I'm going to show you how to deal with it. I can't wait to get to the sewing part. I really was going to have this all cut out before and just tell you to watch last week's video. Oh, I'll turn this off so you can see better. So see how that is bowed? It's not straight anymore. So you can see it's not laying flat. And you just go like this. And just start bending it a little bit. This has had probably close to 1,000 cuts on it so far. So, I mean, at some point you can get yourself a new one. You don't have to go as long as I did, and they aren't very expensive anyway. Oh, that's flat enough for the rest. Let's see. I think I forgot to flatten it out after last week. I feel like I'm moving in slow motion. What did I do with it? This just doesn't look like the platform. That's what the platform looks like. But isn't it nice to know that if you can't get your dies to cut well on something, that you just need to add paper? See, this tip is starting to concern me because it's, I don't know if you can see that. It's got a real sharp angle there. Let me see if I can't. Looks good. Do you like to use up something until you cannot use it ever again? And then this is recyclable because it's steel. I think it's stainless steel, by the way. Okay, so now I have to cut 3 more of those. I am all ready. I don't need any more of those. And we're not going to push this machine any further than we know it can go, which is, they they specify that you can go up to 7 layers of fabric at once, and I have been able to accomplish that on a thinner weight cotton. So on this, let's see if I can, I hope you can tell what this looks like. Oopsie. So this fabric is very lightweight, so 7 layers will definitely work. But this yellow fabric, this is like a really high quality Kona cotton, and it's about 3 to 4 times thicker than this fabric is. So then I would know, I would give it a try anyway, see if I can get 6 layers out of that, but I have not succeeded before, and then just had frustration trying to line up everything again. I think I don't need anything else cut this time, so it'll be quicker. When I do this, I watch my monitor and camera and microphone. I'll shake around. To be honest with you, when I cut my fabrics out, I generally do it in the living room, watching a movie. I put it on the coffee table. So now we have 6 of those. I don't know if I'm going to get 6 out of this. So if we know that, that's enough. I might come up short if I just fold it over. So I'm going to do what I did last time, just to be sure. Now I wish I had yards of this fabric too. I love it. It's the bummer when you buy a fat quarter bundle and then you end up loving a fabric, then you still only have a little bit. I'm not going to get too hungry this week because I ate right before I went live today. I know some of you are thinking about dinner. I have to get 6 of these, you guys. You think I'm going to do it? Should I have you vote? I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to get 6 out of this because I didn't cut it long enough here. What a bummer. We're almost to the sewing part. Do you guys feel like that when you're working on something? You can't wait to get to the sewing part? Or do you like the fiddling about and the thinking it through part? I was going to do fabric up because that's what you're told to do. I don't know though. If you have the paper up, you can see that you're clearing the paper. I'm looking for questions. I don't see any. Let's see. Tina can share her work. And Cynthia. Wish you guys would share your stuff. Cynthia, didn't you do a butterfly in there that everyone's like loving? I don't think I went all the way. Can't remember who put that butterfly up, but it was fabulous. Oh no. See, paper side up. I say don't listen to them, listen to me. If you have paper side up, you won't end up with one like that. Oh, I had two bad ones. Yep. You know what? They could make good dog ears on something, couldn't they? Live and learn. It's all because I was trying really hard not to use up all that fabric. Just because I love it. Now I have to bore you with a little more ironing. Unless... Let's see. Let's do, this is what going live is, I guess a lot of you enjoy when I mess up. Watching the problem solving to work your way out of it. So I definitely need to cut at least one more pink one. I mean, honestly, I don't even have to put the petals together. We could do that instead. It's an alternative to your Dresden plate. Cheating. Should I cheat? You guys like that idea? Look at all the area we'd have to quilt. Instead of having them crammed up next to each other. Where'd the yellow go? Oh, I'm so hot right now. You guys aren't voting. You're all just having fun talking to one another. Don't listen to Claire. Let's have a conversation by ourselves. So here's my thought. I'm live, and I don't want you to waste any more time seeing what I've already done. So I think I'm going to do an alternative of the Dresden plate and do just this flower so I don't have to iron more. Because that's undoing all of this, setting it all up and undoing it again. So we're still using the Dresden plate. We're just doing something else. Now I have to decide what I'm going to sew this onto. And I really thought that all along since I got this fabric that this would make the most beautiful placemat or centerpiece for the summer on my table. So I could do a placemat kind of thing. What do you guys think? You like them together? I know you do, but do you really want me to iron more fusible and cut it all out again? Do you? You guys are like, we just want to stay here all night. You're the one that has to sit there and sew. I do want to play more with my Octi-Hoops. Autocorrect called them October hoops. I do. I want to get to the fun, to the sewing part. So, you know, it's a live show. We are already in an hour. put it on the back of a jacket. You know, if we use a smaller circle, we can bring the petals closer together. How's that? I love it. You know what? I'm going with it. And you're still learning what you needed to. This is the thought I was thinking of, having this a bigger circle and a smaller circle to add more interest. That's kind of a bonus. And this is actually 3 circles. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, all right, look at this. What about that? Now it's kind of like a sunflower one. Let's see if I can. Then I'll be teaching you both how to handle it with and without a fusible. Have you guys ever combined the small and the big Dresden plate together? You guys like it? Do I get your approval? I felt like I was disappointing you guys. Do I have one more blue? Is this going to work out perfect? Ooh, I like this workout. I like this. I think I like this more. All right, here we go. Good to go. Put this away. Oops. So I put that little thingy there to keep it from tipping down, but I'm going to lower it because I took off something off the machine with it. Stuff's, even though it's not really sticky, it's so tacky that it holds real nice. Why do I struggle with this? It's just remembering how to do it. If you guys have trouble, then you know that I do as well with this. Figuring out which way to do it. Sometimes it just goes real easy. It's probably something I'm doing. Ow, that was it. Just make sure the handle's all the way down, that's all. Okay. Don't pick it up like I was doing. Doesn't that just make you want to go swimming? Go to the beach? Has such a nice summery feel to it. I still have 6 more of these too. 2. Okay. What do you think? This fabric as the back? What do I have? I think I should do something like that so we can see the stitching. Do you guys agree? Or do you even care? I like the fact that I have a lot of this fabric, so I can make it a longer table runner and do more of those. You know what I really like? I like the bigger square or maybe an octagon shape for the center of a table. So instead of going rectangular, I think I'm going to make it square. My son and I spent about an hour and a half looking through all of my favorite things. Well, we got through about that many of my favorite things that we're going to be adding to our new to creativefeet.com. It's exciting. I don't know if you can see this in this fabric, but it has all these different colors very subtly running through it that complement what we're going to put on it. To center that flower, I'm going to fold the fabric once. And again. And then press. It's kind of nice having a little tray. I think that should be part of the design process all the time. Do any of you do that? Have like a tray for your goodies to go on? And that's my center right there, even though this is all wrinkled. This is right side up. I think I'm going to build it on my ironing surface. That way I don't have to move it after. Okay, so you're going to be tempted to put your circle down, but you don't put your center down until your furthest away pieces are laid down first. Tammy likes it. Oh God, I still have this to do. This is when I wish I had something for you guys to watch while I remove all of these paper backings. Maybe it won't take me that long. It's a good time to ask questions. Ask me anything. Feel free. Sewing in trifocals. I've seen you before. Southern California. Welcome. So I'm going to go opposite. And then once I feel like I have all my pieces in place, what am I going to use to temporarily hold them before ironing? Some of you know the answer to that. It's a good time to drink some water. Need to hydrate, you guys, especially in the summer. Oh, it's not summer yet. Is it summer yet? I think it doesn't become summer until the middle of May, right? Let's see. December, January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, so is it next week? I'm going to mute myself for a second while I drink this so you don't have to listen to me. All done with that. Okay, here we go. You know, it's really cute when your kids tell you or ask you, are you drinking enough water? I feel like saying, do you know who taught you that? Yes. Ding, ding, ding. Better Days had the answer. Our liquid-based glue is what I'm going to use to hold these pieces down before I iron. Do you guys have children that parent you more than you parent them now? You used your ruined iron? Ruined ironing mat. I never ruin my ironing mats. Just because I changed the color of it doesn't mean I got anything on the last one. Summer begins June, are you sure? Here we go. Somebody Google it. All right, so to decide, now to decide how to lay this out. Keep in mind, these are fusible. These are not. These I cut out without putting any paper behind them. So if you were to ever just cut fabric out and you thought you could just applique that way, I'm going to show you that you can. So it doesn't have to become trash. This is our liquid-based glue. And it really isn't a glue at all. It's water-soluble stabilizer in a bottle. Maybe I can show you better with this camera. So it's just a liquid. And it's actually just wet water-soluble stabilizer. So whatever you put this on, it will just wash off of. And I have a piece that's dry here that I can show you. So this is it wet. This is what it dries like. So it dries like a non-stretchy water-soluble stabilizer. So it actually helps to stabilize your fabric. You can use this anytime you would normally use pins. Yeah, I don't think it's going to stop snowing there yet. My daughter, Cynthia, lives in around Durango. She just posted snow the other night. Okay, so the hard part of this is figuring out the layout first. If you're just joining us, I'm using two sizes of the rounded Dresden plate together, and I'm showing you how to overcome a situation where you may have fabrics that never had any fusing on them, and that's what these are. These are unfused pieces. See, my mind just goes, wouldn't it be cool if you went like this? I don't know, would it? No. There's a limit. Too much, right? Too much. Can't really see the detail there. But I feel like maybe I could use these in the corners afterward. You know, one in each corner. A 3-piece. I don't know. All I know is, isn't sewing fun, you guys? Especially when your colors are so vibrant. What we're aiming for is a circle. And we're starting in the middle here, which I did by folding my fabric. Pull this out a little. Got a good size middle, which means we can pull that out more and have more petal showing. We need to come up with a sunflower. Do we all agree? Do we like this? Thumbs up if you like this. I think having 3 rings, 3 centers was too much. Now I'm going to kind of look and just make sure that these are going to overlap. I'm going to put a little bit of this behind each of the big petals. You don't need a lot, just kind of want to make it so it doesn't slip. And I'm going to do all the big petals first. So I'm doing kind of like a U and more kind of like an arrow. And I moved that one. It slipped, so this is what we don't want to have happen when we're on our iron. Use the paper? I don't. You know why? Because it's full of static electricity. So I could have done something with the paper, you're saying? Yeah, that might help you do that, huh? And then you could draw around it. You know what else you could do is already know what you're going to do and place your pattern beneath the pad. Because our tablet is see-through. So what I'm looking for is that I have 1/4 inch space over on both sides of that little petal. I like the ideas for the corners too, Cynthia. I don't have enough cut though. There we go. Okay. No more than that is needed on these petals. And this one's already held in place. It won't lift up, so that's already dry somewhat. I still have to cut out or remove the paper off of the circles. But what I want to do first is kind of get that thread off there. I am going to go all the way around the edge of this smaller ones. And then I do like a swirling zigzag and then slide gently. You don't want to push it in the fiber. And you might want to do this on a surface like this, so you don't slide. You can slide your finger all the way off the edge, and then it's sticky but not, because it's just water soluble stabilizer. And then you just brush it real gently. So I'm going to go ahead and set these aside and do the rest. And hopefully you guys will start chatting more, so you can ask me questions or share with me what you want me to teach next week. Liquid based is your best friend, man. I can't believe I just said man. You know what I mean? Remember? Slide gently. We're trying to get a smooth overall covering the whole fabric to the most, to the best you can. There we go. I should have done this when I was standing up. You guys can see better than I can from your perspective. So I'm going to see how I was able to peel that one back up again. You're a repeat offender. So there's a delay in what I say and when you guys comment. And that's when I go, what did I say? I don't remember. Oh, opposites. Then I can do it. Oh, smart. You're determined to have me use all the pieces today, aren't you? All I know is one thing. I barely ever go very long without saying something. I watch some people on YouTube and I go, talk, you're being too quiet. I can't stand it. I need noise. Don't leave me to fall asleep. Periodically I have to like remove the liquid base off my fingers. If I had a damp cloth ready, like I do when I do the Applique type applique, then I could just be wiping it off as I go, and wiping this off too, so I don't get it on that surface. I just think these are so pretty together. This reminds me of the ocean. It's a really calm day and the sunlight is glistening. Little speckles of the white water lapping. Shall we write a poem together? Does anyone else notice this is not a round circle? That's more round, but I think I need to move this one a little. We're not stuck yet. We're stuck, but we're not stuck. No, I have to peel that one off. Bummer. There we go. Ink next week? What do you want me to ink? I just did a 12-hour inking that I'm going to be uploading. It'll be a filmed version. It's not hard to tempt me to ink, though. Life is asymmetrical. Yep. God had a sense of humor. Let's make everyone's left side or right side bigger than the other or longer than the other. Cricket smiles are very attractive. I almost can't tell the right side from the wrong side. So you guys could write one word and then the next person builds on that word. Keep it sewing related. Let's see what kind of story you guys can write. One person writes a noun, The next person uses a verb. The next person uses a adjective, which describes the noun. And then you guys keep going, and let's see what kind of story you guys write at the end. Is anyone rolling their eyes? Come on, Claire, I don't want to type. I'm using my cell phone. It would be pretty on a purse, wouldn't it? Part of me wishes I brought these big petals in a little bit more. However, the quilting part, I think we can use that. Lorinda wrote today. All right, next person, build on that. Let's see what you guys do. I like that you're willing to play. Hi, Lorinda. This is actually really helpful to have this above camera. Now it's English class. You know what it is? I know that I need to finish my novel, and it's so close to being done. But this business just keeps taking my time away from it. I started writing or speaking a little bit like I was writing, so I figured let's write. Why not? All right, so this is a temporary water-soluble stabilizer if you're just stepping in or don't already know what liquid-based is. And what this allows me to do is position everything on the fabric before I iron. And if anything slips after you've positioned your fabrics normally, well, that's too bad. But with the liquid based on there, now it's going to be held in place. Time to wake up my noisy iron. And I would never just like iron over fabric when you have light fabric, even if you think your iron is really clean. Because like every once in a while, there'll be something on there and it's like, why? I didn't even get it dirty. Or I don't know, it just decided to cycle into cleaning mode and it just spurts all over. I have no idea where my pressing cloth is, so I'm just going to use another fabric. I am very happy with this. So now I feel like I have to do the corners because it's a good idea, and I didn't promise I'd make a whole project. I just talked about applique. Applique and quilting. Why are you... Oh, I didn't... Are you empty? Oh, you're empty. Is that why it's being noisy lately? It's saying, hey, you don't have any water in here. Be right back. I gotta go get some water for it. Pardon me, Cheese. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh. Well, I guess you can tell I'm back in the room. Making noise, dropping things. The dogs are so disappointed. Whenever I leave the room, they go out there with me, and they're all, "Yay, she's done!" And then I come back in here, and Chase even makes these little noises. Oh, she's not done. He just said, "Yeah." So basically, I'm gonna push steam through this, but I couldn't, and I guess that's why it was beeping at me. Oh, you should talk to me sometime about it, Amy. Is your pen name going to be Better Days? It's amazing. Whoops, that's so noisy. It's amazing how much water this holds. All right. Three manuscripts. It's a lot of writing. I've rewritten my novel 4 times, I think. It's on its final edit. And my novel is called Beyond the Brushstrokes. Will you stop beeping when you're not supposed to? Now I'm going to use blanket stitch applique. I was thinking. And if I do, I don't think I really need to do any stabilizing on the back. One more push through. What is your issue? There must be something it probably needs to do a cleaning. There's so many options, you guys. We can applique in so many different ways using the creative feet. We're going to combine this though with Free-Motion Quilting. And I actually could Free-Motion Quilt applique this and not even put on a foot for the whole thing. I can see one little spot here that I did not get. This would be a good opportunity to use this. And this is the piece that did not have a fusing on there. Because know that our fuse and fuse is permanent. And you could even not even sew that, and it'll last a long time and go through multiple washings without coming apart. All right, so I'm going to use the Satinedge Foot. Oops, I'm back. This is going to take a while. No way around it. Certain amount of time required to stitch around. So the fastest would be a straight stitch, which would be boring for me. Where's my cap? This is why my glue bottles get clogged up. I'm almost always expecting it to be clogged up because I don't know what I did with my lid. All right. Well, if I put it upright in my scissor holder, at least it won't fall over. Got lots of clutter. It's funny because sometimes people make comments like, way to go, you had a water bottle in the way. And I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have when I was live because I just have so much fun with you guys. And I should put these away. There we go. So my latest blog is on thread, the different threads that we offer and what the benefits are of each. And right now I have the Invisifil 100 weight thread on the machine, and I'm like, well, maybe I can show you. Are you guys ready for some sewing machine activity now? And normally I would back the fabric, but oh, we didn't get it all. Sorry for that crossing in front of the camera. I think this is the one that I was like, maybe I'll lift it up. So I'm not going to start on that one. By the time I get back around to that, it'll definitely be done. Making sure there's no other edges of these lifting. So this will be like the daintiest stitch that you can sew. This is the 100 weight Invisifil thread. And generally what you do when you applique is you start on the furthest piece away from you and work your way up. So I would do all of these petals, the bigger petals first. But I want that stitch to show. Let's see how it looks. I'm selecting a blanket stitch. And I don't like it really big. I prefer a narrow one. I like a 3.5 width. I also like to lengthen my stitch length so it's not that short. And you bring the needle down and on a machine like this, when the needle is lowered, the first stitch that you lower if on a computerized machine will be the one that goes off the edge. So that gives you the opportunity to position your fabric right away. And then you turn the nut on the Satinedge foot and move it so that the wire touches the right side of the needle. In this case, we're not swinging over the wire. We're swinging to the left of the wire, and I can't see it all. Try not to be in the way. Try not to be in the way of the camera while being able to put my elbows down. Why won't the machine run? Did I unplug it? I did. Come on, foot control. There we go. What? I thought I changed it to a smaller width. It looks so big. I think it's just that I have my glasses on. No, it's a big stitch. Oh well, it's a big petal. This is my posture. I have my arm resting on the machine, my other arm resting on this pad, which is a cushion. And I'm the distance away from the front of the foot that it would take to read a piece of paper. Rather than getting my face really close to the foot, and my eyesight, I do require magnifying glasses at this for reading. So I'm going to use them. But that's just so you can see, as I'm sewing, I'm kind of helping the fabric by cradling it rather than putting my hands down on top. Where the general common hand position is to put your hands down on top. This will cause you problems with feeding on the machine and cause your stitches to sometimes come too close to each other or too far apart. And as I'm sewing, first off, I'm not sitting in front of my sewing machine straight on, which I should be, but you want to keep bringing the curve back to the white part of the guide. Try not to look at the needle, because if you do, you're too far. Oh, it's already happened. You know, where the needle is too late. Where you're going is where you want to focus. So where we're going is the front of the foot, where that white guide is. And this is definitely challenging in the position I'm in. Not only am I not next to my machine, I'm also diagonal to it so that you guys get a better angle. So I'm going to bring it back because it's just too much for me. I think I forgot to lower the pressure. I didn't stabilize, so let's see if I end up regretting it. I'm going to lengthen or decrease the thread tension. I'm down to a 3.4. Sorry, not 0. And this was me. I was gathering the fabric in my hand to try to steer. Bummer, it's not perfect. I like perfect. But we're going to quilt this, so it's going to be harder to tell. And this is Invisifill in the needle, which is why you can barely see anything. I'd really like to see this more. If you do start feeling like you want to grab the fabric, then you lower the needle and lift and pivot. And it was really my fabrics getting caught on things. Problem is I really like this. I didn't want to use a thread I didn't like. Tying a knot. The thread is super fine. I forgot to change my needle. I'm going to do it now. I was actually doing a paper piecing video showing the way people teach it when you sew through the paper. So this is the worst possible needle that I could be using right now. And I am going to back this with my stabilizer because I'm getting some puckers and I just don't like it. I know how to do it right. And just a little noisy when I film with it. And what I use to back my appliques is a product called Hold Light. I'm going to show you if you could see this. Got a little pucker right here. Everything else is perfect. But the holes are significant or really visible. And it made me remember the fact that that's a sharp needle because I cut through paper with it. So I have like this little pucker right here that I would not have had I backed it first. So what you want is an iron-on tearaway stabilizer to back your appliques. And the stabilizers on creativefeet.com all have their own animal character. And I am going to switch. It'll be the only petal that is that subtle. That is our Invisifill. It's the 100 weight. So you go here, go to products, go to thread. And you'll see a variety of different threads. So what I'm using right now is this Invisifill, but I'm using it in a cone. And it comes in 60 different colors. It's very, very, very light. Super thin. You have that color chart right here. And the thread I'm using is... I'm not using that one. Almost that. There it is. That's the color I'm using right now. So super, super subtle. Is it? Almost looks too dark. That's what I'm using. So that's why you can't even see it, because it's already just really hard to see in the first place. But it's great for applique. And then we have thread collections too. And they're boxes, little boxes of threads in different groupings, so you can try them out before you buy a mini king. And know this, one spool, one of these little spools is the equivalent to 7.5 spools of cotton quilting thread. This box is the equivalent of, if I can do the math, I think like, I can't do the math. We have it written down. Going down here and we have descriptions. What makes this thread amazing? We don't have all those statistics. We're still working on adding more to it. And the blog that I'm writing, that should release tonight or tomorrow, will be all on thread. So this is a good way to start working with these little spools. We have all these different color groupings, and they're hue grouped. So they would really work well in one project if you had something that used a variety of different colors. And when I'm using the stabilizer, we go to stabilizers. And you'll notice they all have little animals. This is Fuse and Fuse. This is what I used on the back side of my petals. And it is permanent. It doesn't ever gum up your needle. It never washes away. And even if you don't stitch around, it will hold through multiple washings. It is super soft, so using it on a quilt, you won't know it's even in there. If you don't want any stabilizer, then you use our liquid-based glue, which would be under supplies. And the liquid base is right here. So you have the ability to stick things down, and you can even put a garment together before even sewing it. Try it on. And if it's not right, you can take it apart by pulling, as you saw me pull that one petal off, and then put it back together again and use it. And then sew it together, I mean. Let's see here. What was I going to say? Oh, the stabilizers. The one that I'm using right now is Hold Light. It comes in a bag. It's a flat fold. It comes in 10 foot and 20 feet lengths, and you can use it for pattern drafting, for backing appliques, for fusing your t-shirts and sweatshirts before embroidering. It locks the bias in the material so that your fabrics don't stretch while you work with them. And then it tears away, and it doesn't gum up your needle, and it's slippery. And anytime you want to know what our stabilizers do once you get them, you can always come here and read. We have the sewing use, the embroidery use, the applique use is broken down for you. This is the ideal thread in the bobbin for applique. The nylon lingerie thread is the best thread for in the bobbin for machine embroidery. However, and applique and decorative stitches. But this is what my blog's about. So we'll get back to the sewing. I need to cut this bigger than my applique. It doesn't have to be any bigger than just a little bit bigger than the applique. I'm going to put it right side up so I can see better. It's nice that it's see-through so you can tell, so you don't waste it. There we go. I'm like, why do I always cut it square? It doesn't have to be square. So I'm going to try cutting it round. It's definitely a noisy thing if you can hear it. I drafted a beautiful dress that I made for my daughter using this. Made the pattern out of it and then made the dress from that with taffeta. And this holds the taffeta fabric and prevents it from shredding along the seam or along the edges. And as you sew it, now I gotta flip it over. I was gonna iron it to the right side, which you can do, and sometimes I do, by the way. Sometimes I use hold light on the top for applique. Want to know when? For lame, and it stops it from shredding. Time to warm up the iron again. I wonder if it's going to yell at me again. Shiny side to the iron. No steam. So being an inventor did help me to be able to invent. It's kind of a genetic thing in our family. My grandfather invented the bite wings you bite on when you get your teeth x-rayed. My father invented several things, including the hoop-it-all. And I worked with factories back when all the garments were made in the United States. I was 16 when I started working for my father. 19 when I started teaching. 58 now, but I helped many factories. Used to set up the factories with the sewing machines. And I'm a mechanic, so I know how to service all those machines. Yes, sewing in trifocals. I do all of that. I'm annoying to some people. I work in clay as well. I don't have a kiln, or I would do more of that. But I plan to bring in art into my YouTube environment. We'll be doing my plan is to have Beyond the Brushstrokes is my title of my book. It's also going to be the name of my YouTube channel. So I'll teach you guys how to do paint, not just on fabric. And that's why you're seeing me start with inking on fabric to kind of get you guys warmed up for the art world. And I like combining all the mediums together because they're all very artistic. There we go. And that's why I call my school Create with Clare Rowley. Because that way I can teach you anything I want, including creative writing, should I ever feel like doing that. Should any of you want to do that. All right. Now we're ready for no puckers. There we go. I'm reading Amy's comment. 37 minutes. You cut 12 Dresden petals with fuse and fuse. It took 37 minutes. So if I didn't worry about wasting fabric, I think I could have cut my Dresden petals in about, what, 5 minutes? So that's the benefit. If you like doing that kind of work, though, it's enjoyable. So now the question is, do I leave one petal with different thread, or do I just say, forget it, and I'm going to go ahead and use the same thread and be consistent? I'm going to do that. I'm going to be consistent because I'll notice it. And this is probably going to go on my table. Because why wouldn't I put it on my table? Get my eyes on. So I can make sure I'm set up right. I was so far away from it when I was doing it before. And everything was at an angle and the microphone was literally right in front of my eyes and I was not aware of why I couldn't see. Not always feeling very smart. Okay, here we go. Time to sew. Always tie a knot at the beginning, or leave your tail long and bring it through to the back side with a hand sewing needle. And if we're going to put this together as a quilt, that thread can just lay there and be inside of your quilt. You don't even have to cut it short. So it's very relaxing. You'll get this kind of rhythm. If you're not looking at the needle, you'll be coming around that circle. I keep thinking I can see, but then I can't. So for part of this I was wrong, but the thread's so small you won't be able to see it. So now I feel like I'm losing it. In other words, I can't turn the fabric without possibly causing the stitch pattern to go at a weird angle. So I'm going to lower the needle in the outside swing, raise the foot, and spin it around, and bring it down. This is a much wider stitch than I like for applique, but I have to accept it because I already did it. And what did I forget to do? Forgot to change my needle. Or did I change it last night? I think I did. That's right. I was like, you might not remember tomorrow. So you better cut that now. So I hope you'll share your Dresden plate in the school better days. got my cell phone like really close to me and it doesn't even need to be there. There we go. Zoom, zoom. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. Lightest pressure on the presser foot allows the fabric to move easier. And you'll notice that I am no longer having any issue with puckering along the curves of these petals, which is where you'd experience most of your problems when doing any applique. Will be around curves because you're going across the bias of the fabric. And the reason I backed the fabric is because this fabric, the main body of the fabric had nothing to stabilize it. I didn't even spray starch it. And spray starch can be used as a stabilizer for your main body of fabric to help reduce puckers, but nothing is better than stabilizing it. So when 100% of the fabric is fused to 100% of the fabric, or 100% of that stabilizer is fused to it, there's no way the fabric can pucker. It's trapped. It's held in place. It's suspended and allows you to manipulate it and do whatever you want with it, and then you tear it away when you're finished. And I'm using a blanket stitch because it's faster than a satin stitch. And I want to quilt this. And I'm running out of time because this is a live show. I'm 2 hours and 10 minutes into the show today. Always make sure you're tying your knots or pulling that thread through to the back side. This machine has a knot stitch. You can substitute for a straight stitch with a 0 stitch length. Sorry about that. That wasn't very appealing. There we go. Notice I always start in the same position, work my way around. There's a thread there. I took my tweezers into another room. Forgot to bring them back. It's got a little bit of liquid base stuck on it is what it is. But I don't want that getting stitched into the quilt. Get it now. Note to self, always bring your tweezers back. So if you want me to ink next week, what do you want me to ink on? Yes, I want you to cut them out and iron them on and applique like I am. Let's have a race. See, I felt that instinct, that historical, this is what people do when they applique. They put their hands down and they push down, and when you do, you cause your fabric not to feed. But I noticed this is not glued down, and that's what distracted me. So I need to glue that down before I get to it. Just trying to do that without being awkward in the camera. I'm going to lower the needle so I can spin it around and get to where I can see it better. And this is my water-soluble stabilizer in a bottle, also known as liquid-based, also known as liquid gold by several of you. We were looking at your ratings and your comments on our products, and my son said, "It looks like we told people to call it liquid gold. Did you tell them to do that?" And I go, "No." Apparently more than one person thinks of it as liquid gold. I agree. Let me see if I can read. Now, don't get an inferiority complex. Think of me as the oddball. I was raised by a father who was building an airplane in our garage. I was expected to create products. It was that upbringing, the entrepreneur father pushing his children to become entrepreneurs. And I just loved math and science and three-dimensional thought process. It was fun. I took drafting in middle school, and I just loved it. And he was like, you need to do something in drafting because you're really good at this. And I ended up being an inventor, so it all paid off. But all of it comes down to art. Everything that I do is art, and they're different types of mediums. That's all it is. So I'm just an artist that wants to make it so everyone can do it. So I had to invent a foot for a blind person that wanted to sew. And that's what made me start inventing. And I'm going to switch back to the closed camera. Here we go. Here we go. See how fast I can do this, so I can make better days frustrated with me. Don't go too fast. You always have the ability to stop with that needle down in the outside swing and pivot. It's me like talking to myself. All right, don't get going too fast. But on a straight, you can just fly because I'm not guiding. The foot is helping me guide. Outside edge, lift and turn. Make sure nothing's grabbing hold of your fabrics or hindering its ability to move easily, including you. So I know normally you see people showing applique and their hands are like this, but that's just because they don't have our foot. They haven't learned about us yet. This foot's been around for 32 years now. One foot that does top stitching, edge stitching, pin tucking, invisible applique, stitching in a ditch, charted needle design without the use of knitting needles, cut work without the use of a hoop, wire edges, fishing line edges, lettuce edging, trapunto applique, blanket stitch applique, edge joining, t-shirt hemming, 1/8 inch, 1/4 inch, scant 1/4 inch seam allowances, and it also hand sews for you, or appears to, as you can sew binding on by machine that looks like you hand sewed it. And other things I have not shown or said in that list yet that will be covered in the Creative Feet extensive course that will be opening this summer, where I will begin dumping all of the other information that I have in my head from all the years of setting up factories and developing recipes or sewing techniques to achieve things that never existed before. Think of each sewing technique as an invention to help you do something that you shouldn't be able to do, or you would normally have to do by hand. That's basically my job. And this is Satinedge. The students have renamed it the Magic Foot. Many people call it that on a regular basis. So we have it on the label, also known as the Magic Foot, just to reassure people. And if you've ever struggled and got sore hands or your back hurt from sewing, it's mostly because you're sitting too close to your needle or you're watching the needle while you sew, which you should not be doing. This foot allows you, and all of our feet allow you not to watch the sewing machine needle. By the way, next week I'll be a guest on Wild Wednesdays, a live show. I have like a 15-minute segment, which kind of sounds funny as long as I go on my live. If you're in the school, I'll give you guys a link so you can watch if you want. I'll be one of many demonstrators on that live show. If you're watching this after we're live, this is May 6th of 2021. Last one of the big petals, moving right along. This would be one of my reasons to use a blanket stitch, because it's fast. Let's see, What else can we talk about? Oh, I never turned you off. I feel like my iron is possessed today. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. This is a mantra, or what I say every time and throughout my sewing. If you start lifting your arms, if you start feeling your elbow raise, you're going to stop sewing well. You got to get those elbows down to stabilize your body so you're not wobbly. When you're wobbly, your perspective to the needle alters. With every slight movement, you think you're seeing an area that you aren't, and it causes you to sew off. And this is why so many people don't sew accurately, because they aren't anchored to the table. So you want to make sure your elbows are always down and relax those shoulders, relax your jaw, don't squint. Hi, Rosalind from Queensland, Australia. Thank you for joining us today. Anybody else coming in late? Can't be late. We're live. You're never late if you got here with the live. I think we're good. I've commented on everybody. I have some of the liquid based on my glasses. Not sure how I did that. Last bit of the big petal. 4:20. We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes. Oh. I would slow down on the outside of the circles. Make sure you're always lowering the needle on the outside swing. At 3 in the morning, you may be going, which side is my needle supposed to be in when I lower it? And instead of saying left or right, just outside swing, outside swing. It's rare that you do the inside swing. It's the outside of the shape is what it is. So if you're sewing a curve that's going this direction, then your needle would be in the other direction. See, that's why it can be confusing and why it's better to just think outside swing of the needle. So outside edge of the fabric. Needle down is not something I do unless I need it, which is why I don't go too far on my blanket stitch without knowing it. If you have ever had your needle, you stopped the machine and it kept sewing, you're using the needle down option, and while it seems like a great idea, it can cause you trouble. So that's probably the most asked question on my YouTube channel, is people ask me why I'm not lowering my needle. Because you don't need to. Now I want my knot, but I don't want it to be on this fabric. So I'm backing it up just a smidge and tying the knot. Now I've got to choose my next color of thread. Have any of you had your stitch like sew off 4 or 5 stitches off the edge and have to cut it out? Or what did you do? Ink and apron? That's what I was thinking. Ink and apron, because I already have a white apron, like a factory kind, like a chef kind of apron. You guys can gather one up this week and be prepared for next week. Go to get a blank apron and know that I will be inking and embroidering, because I will either probably ink only this week and follow up with embroidery the next week. How's that? I shouldn't book 2 weeks ahead, because that's far ahead planning for a live show. So let's show you the back of this. See how the back looks? It's still all really nice and shiny and stitched on there. When we're all done with the applique, we'll peel this off. But you do want to cut all of the connecting threads that where I didn't cut the bobbin, because that can get caught on certain areas of your sewing machine. And since I tied knots, I can do this without worrying about anything falling apart. Even if this were to end up on a quilt. All right, so that thread was super hard to see, wasn't it? So I think it's time to use something a little bit more exciting. I'm going to leave the Invisifill in as the bobbin though, because it's a good blending thread and it's super fine, so it doesn't add bulk. All right, everybody agrees? Get an apron. And I will have a pattern. If I have time, I can even post the pattern early in the school. Just know sometimes there's just no extra time. Unless I never sleep. I'm going to poll to get you guys to help me pick what color thread, but I'm leaning toward peach on this. I don't know. I think you purple lovers might want me to go with purple. How many purple lovers do I have today? Am I outnumbered because I prefer teal over purple? That's too strong of a purple. Let's see if I got a nice little... There are some purple hints in here though, in this fabric. That's too dark. Oh, come on. Keep in mind, it's my house. Too many choices, huh? I think I'm going to put it on the top here. I heard something startling. I think it's really windy. And that's what I'm hearing. Stuff's getting blown around out there, I think. You guys got like 5 seconds to choose, okay? So we've got peach. You can do a P for purple. Oh, just do PL for purple and L for lavender and P for peach, and or 1, 2, 3, 4. All of you. Do you like this purple? I don't know. I think that, see, it's got a complement with these colors. I know people who love purple think purple goes with everything. I could use peach around the circle, around the yellow. So what I'm looking at is the color for these smaller blue petals right now. If you had no other choice but that, would that be your choice? think I'm going to go in a different hue. Is that a better hue? Do you guys like that one? Teal with teal. That's 2 for teal. This would have been good for this if I had planned ahead. But we got still quilting to do here too, so. Teal it is. And that, well, this is kind of more of a, I'm not really sure, like this is more of a aqua or turquoise or parakeet. Oh, I gotta go find my tweezers. There we go. So should I do a satin stitch, you guys? Or should I try a decorative stitch that's not something you see every day? Oh no, I can't because I used the liquid based, so we have to cover the edge completely. Zigzag stitch, but I am going to go narrow on my width. 3, starting with a length of 0.5, simply because I don't know how the fabric's going to behave, and I'm pretty sure that needle is super thin. I'm taking it off because I know better than to sew with it. We need at least an 80-12 for 40 weight polyester, and that is what I'm using, as I'm using the PolyFast thread available at creativefeet.com. And right now I'm searching through my drawer trying to find my needles. Well, you can never go wrong with the Super Universal, and the Super Universal is the best needle for free motion quilting, which we're very soon going to do because it looks like I'll have time. Dark. I think because I was so light here that if I go with that dark purple, it'll just look like too much. And I gotta want it. Because it's going in my house, you know. According to Feng Shui, yellow is good to have in your living room. I'm probably saying that wrong. I think it's Feng Shui. Do any of you follow the Feng Shui, the laws of Feng Shui in your house? I've been trying to. So, that's what I'm about to do. So I have a 9014 Super Universal. They are available in 8012s as well. I don't know where mine are, and I didn't want to make you wait any longer than I was already taking. So this is the needle and the brand that I recommend, Schmetz. They're high quality needle. They're more true. They were more true than any other needle when I was servicing sewing machines. We had to have a true needle, which means a straight needle, in order to repair or service a sewing machine, in order to time it. My lighting, everything got moved. Make sure you got the best lighting. Sorry, guys. I hear my dog. I don't think she's in her spot. Sounds like she's getting into trouble. I don't know where she is. She's super little. It's like having a cat. Okay, so a 3.0 zigzag width. Go up to the yellow, but not into the yellow. Tie a knot. I slid back because it moved too far forward, which tells me my length is too long. Oh, I didn't set the foot up. Goodness gracious. So what we want is we want the wire. We want to go over the wire this time. This is why there's instructions for the feet, because there's so many uses for them. There's also many different things that you need to think about. They're pretty simple though. You have to think about your stitch length, stitch width, and then where does the wire or guide pin on the foot go? Where do you put it? Now this would be very difficult without my foot because the colors are so close to one another, but the foot helps me guide right off that edge of fabric. Once again, you watch the front of the foot, not the sewing machine needle. This ended up being a really good stitch length for this. Now I'm starting to feel like I can't bring that around easy enough, so I bring my needle down in the outside swing again. Always outside swing. Lift and pivot. As before, I am holding my fabric up on the edges, not holding it down like this. Let the sewing machine determine the stitch length. So around curves, you'll pivot more. I think we made a good choice together on this thread for this fabric. What do you guys think? I don't know if the color that's best in your living room has to do with where it is in your house. I think that has to do with the position of your furniture. What's going on, Tink? Chase may be in the way of Tink. Let me look. Where's Tink? You're okay. What am I hearing? Must be the wind. Oh. Hi. Oh, that was me close up. There's no way I was in focus in any way. I forgot to switch the camera to the one that I use when I have to step away. And tie knot. I knew I was too comfortable. I was in the way with my hair getting in the way again. So what do you guys think? Think we made a good choice with that color thread? And isn't it nice to contrast with the blanket stitch and the satin stitch and not just have it be one type of applique? Tie a knot. Where are my glasses? Time to hydrate, everybody. Everybody stop and drink some water. Now you guys know I drink water. Trying to see if I'm in the way of that above camera. I feel like something moved. There we go. My foot control is getting stuck on something. The speed racer in me wants to not have to stop and pivot on these curves. Do you guys remember that cartoon? That's funny. Now I'm picturing him, and I'm picturing Simba, the white lion. Maybe I'll pull out one of my old inking projects from a long time ago, when I used to teach a similar process using acrylic paint with a special dilution that I did. And I taught a mommy and me class in our store. So the kids would paint with the mothers in their little diapers, and everyone was covered by the time it was over. It was such a good time. And tie a knot. The length and the width. The length is 0.4. The width is 3.0. And those are millimeters. If you have a mechanical machine and you don't know what 4.0 millimeters stitch length looks like, or is in numbers, it's about 20 stitches per inch. So you would increase the number of stitches per inch that you would sew to get that. In my Creative Feet instructional book, I tell you the conversion for millimeters to stitches per inch for mechanical machines. It's in the front of the book to help you. Lift and turn. I'm enjoying this. I'm starting to get relaxed. So just to help you remember, this fabric is held down by our liquid-based glue. The teal fabric does not have a fusible web underneath. So if you ever want to applique and you don't want any stabilizer, this is the process for it. The bigger petals, I did use our Fuse and Fuse fusible permanent stabilizer. I went into the yellow, no. We are almost ready to quilt. You could always go around a different direction, but it's so much easier on your brain if you go the same direction on each petal. And around and around and around we go. Where we end up, we all know. We're going to end up doing a little quilting. You could, however, have done the stitching with batting. If I were making a pillow, frequently I do that. I would use a Pellon single-sided fusible batting and fuse it to the back instead of the stabilizer and stitch over that, and it really does yield a beautiful, rich look. And I'm having to stop more than I normally would because I'm sitting cockeyed so you guys can see. One time I let you guys see when I had the ability to move my cell phone and use it as a camera, and showed how much I have to deal with to see where I'm at. Full speed. One more petal. Are you done, Better Days? Are you sewing yet? I feel like we know each other well enough to where I can harass you a little bit. I'm pretty sure this petal had an area, yeah, that needs to be glued. So this is all that's holding this down. It's getting toward that time where I ask you guys what you're having for dinner. Help me figure out what I'm having. Actually, I'm cooking at home tonight because I have to get the blog done, and my workday will not be ending with this project. And I have it getting all ready in there. It's Tinkerbell's favorite dinner is chicken. Tying up. If you are watching the live and you can't figure out how to participate in the chat, make sure that you are logged into your YouTube account. On the top right hand side of the screen, you should see a circle with your picture. If you don't see your picture, you may see just a round circle. Click on that circle once and you'll see your email address in there. If it doesn't show your email, you're not logged in. And that is why you can't participate. It may even be saying log in to participate. And what they're saying is you need to log in to YouTube. It's a good idea to make a note of the email address you link with your YouTube account. And try to use that same YouTube account for my school. That way when I have exclusive videos that only certain people are allowed to watch, you can see it because you're signed in using the correct email address. Something caught on my fabric, which made me move weird. Hope I'm going to get away with it. We're on the last part of the last petal. No, we're not. I thought I was. That's how little I can see. Asian chicken wrap. Well, I'm cooking chicken. I don't always know what to do with it. I can cook and I can cook well, but it isn't my favorite thing to do. If I had someone to clean up after me and do all the dishes, it's also not a bad idea to lower your tension, which I would have done had I thought about it. Probably would have a nicer looking stitch. Now, if I didn't have a stabilizer, we would be really having a bad experience without having lowered the tension. Now we're officially on the last side of the last petal. Here we go. There we go. This is the PolyFast 100% polyester 40 weight thread on the top that we offer at creativefeet.com. Now I got to sew around the circles, but before I do, I'm going to cut these threads. So do any of you that have the Octi-Hoops also like try to come up with any reason you possibly can to use the Octi-Hoops because they're so much fun? I was feeling like I was using them too much. That nice? It's Birdie. I was thinking about going with peach around there, but should I use yellow instead? I don't have very many yellow threads in here. I still got to bring all of the 210 colors in my sewing room. Ooh, I have an idea. Ooh. I kind of like that. For the dark yellow. What do you guys think? You like that? Oh my god, I got a thread just totally undid itself. Or should I stick with the peach? Did you know we had glow in the dark thread? So if you have a child that, or one of my customers said, if you decorated your towels in the bathroom, then you'd have like a little bit of a glow light in the bathroom if you embroidered something with it. I plan on doing a project with the glow in the dark thread soon. Nope to that. What about this? See, that's how I get my way. I give you something that I know you're not going to like, and then you'll go, yeah, go ahead and use the peach. Should I show you something that I did privately? I could do something like this. Okay, so this is denim thread. See how thick that is? And I could use that and sew that around the sun. Would you like me to show you something that you may never think to do. No peach. But there's peach out here. Too many of you are agreeing. I will listen. I don't know where the actual spool is for my denim thread, and we're going to be adding it to our site very soon. But I'm going to do that around this, around the bigger circle. See, it's almost the same color, so you can't really get upset about that. And see how thick it is? I don't know if you can see how thick that is. Pretty thick. So the 40 weight thread, and then we have the denim thread, which is at least double the 40 weight, which makes this like a 20 weight thread. It also has a muted surface to it, so it won't shine. And since I can't find the spool, I'm going to put the bobbin up on the thread dispenser on one of the bobbin holders and then take it to the sewing machine. 90-14 needle. So I have to think about what stitch I'm going to use for this. I used it on denim and it was beautiful. Now the rule on using your needle threader with thread is that it needs to be able to fit in that forward facing groove. And if you try to use your needle threader on an eye that's not big enough, you can bend your needle threader. Since I already tested it and knew that it was going to work, I was able to use it. Isn't that nice? I think I'd be pushing it if I did any more stitch patterns. I think a blanket stitch is a good option for this. I'm going to go narrower on the width, 2, longer on the length, 4. Let's see what I think. And with blanket stitch, we don't swing over the wire. We swing to the side of it. That way the stitch is off the side. By the way, this thread works great in the bobbin as well. I forgot I cut the bobbin thread. It's too short to pull up. You should expect the foot to tip to the side and down when you go to use it. It's normal, as it has to carry the weight of that screw assembly. A narrow blanket stitch at a longer length is what I'm going for. I do have to tie a knot. I don't know, I may be going too narrow. Ruin it on the last part. I forgot about some of those blue threads getting carried into the yellow. I should have done a satin stitch, but I'm going slow because I don't have glasses on, primarily. And because it is a focal point, being the center. And a 4 length, well, it's got longer to move with every stitch, so you're more likely to get a little bit loopy when you're doing it. And I'm going to shorten or loosen my thread tension, which I should have instinctually done. Because it's thicker thread, it needs less tension. I'm always a little bit nervous when I'm doing something for the first time, which is what I'm doing here, right before your eyes, live, doing something I've never done, which is a blanket stitch using denim thread, 20 weight thread. So it's almost yarn. And while I played with this thread, I didn't use a forward and reverse stitch, and that's what a blanket stitch is. It goes forward and back, forward and then over, and then over, and then forward and back, forward and over. And that's a lot for a 20 weight thread. It blew my mind how well this sewed. So just so you know, as soon as I can get the company to ship it, we will have it, and I'm going to teach you some denim work. So we have the colors that are exact to manufacturers coming in, which is partly why you don't like your hems when you hem your blue jeans, right? Because the thread doesn't match. No matter what you do, you can't get it to look right. And you think everyone's looking at my hem. I know it. If they're looking at my shoes, they're seeing my hemline. I'm not worried anymore, so my speed is picking up. You can see my positioning here. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed, carrying the fabric on the outer sides, not putting my hands on top. This is so making it. Oh my God, I love how it looks. Oh, it's so cool. Sorry, I'm reveling in what I did. Have you ever felt that way? Like, oh my gosh, look what I did. I'm going to go center on straight stitch center now and tie a knot. Oh, I forgot to show you I forgot to switch. Sorry. So it's very thick thread, so tying a knot. In fact, I think I'm going to pull these threads down to the bottom. Let me see if I can give you a good camera visual for this. Can you see the difference in the thickness of that thread? It's so pretty. So changing the light around makes it better. My microphone is in the way. I always think it's out of focus, and then I realize I'm looking through my magnifying glasses at the screen that you guys are seeing. I'll have pictures of this, up-close pictures, for you to look at in the school. Oh, I love it. So, how do I deal with threads that are really long like this? Sorry about my reach. So the reason I'm not just trusting a knot on this is because the thread is so thick that it can't really form a small knot. If you were just to depend on that knot, I can guarantee you this: if this gets washed much, that and being the most dramatic of the entire design, because it kind of lifts up above everything else, that would definitely start coming off. I don't know. This is a really big, thick needle. I don't have a lot of hand sewing anything, but we will. We'll be carrying some. So just take them both through to the back. I don't know if I can get it through. There we go. Oh, that's such a big needle. There we go. And there's like, what tail? Where's the end? To make sure it never falls off. Tie them in a knot with one another. And a couple. You've never had to hem a pair of jeans, Amy? Oh my gosh. You must be tall. 5'3" people. We have to hem our jeans. Can't wait to show you the tricks. I just absolutely love that look. I got to pull out those little blue threads that went too far. Now, what should I do for the middle? How about, let's see, what else did I have? Ugh. I have this box of thread. And I think there was something really cool in it. Where'd I put the box? It's like once I tested all the thread, then I moved the box. And I think there's one thing that would just really look nice on this. I'm gonna walk around the room for just a minute and see if I can find it. So consider this a break, but I'm still in the room. So if you guys were talking, I could hear you. Well, I know I put it somewhere where it couldn't tip over. Where did I put it? I know you're bored, Chase. I'm not bored. I'm having fun. Oh, every time I walk by that, I knock it over. Oh, there it is. Ooh. This is what we did on the last, whatever you want Claire to sew Saturday private VIP video. I tested all of these things. So this is another color of the denim thread, and this is another color of it, and then this is like sweater. This is literally like yarn. Let's see what it would look like next to this. So there is kind of like that champagne brown color out here. And it has a muted surface, very soft, fluffy surface. What else do we got in here? And then there's this, but I don't think I should go sparkly. But that would have been fun to play with. That one doesn't go in the needle though. Ooh, this is a variegated thread. What weight is it? And this is Japan, thread made in Japan. Oh, I have this one. Forget it. I already know you're all going to want it. Don't even need to ask. I'll put it on the close camera. Should I put this around the center or not? And that would require me changing feet and showing the sequins and ribbon foot. Yes or no? Thumbs up if you want me to do the blue trim, because it's very subtle and sparkly. And being the center, you know, it's okay for it to pop a little. Yes, yes. Okay, so I'm going to switch to the sequins and ribbon foot. I already have them all attached. And this one has the accessory guide already attached to it. The accessory guides are simply different size openings that you can use with the foot. It comes with the 1/4 inch guide attached to it. And then you have the option of using any one of these different size openings for all the different varieties of yarn that you may want to stitch down. Ooh. Okay, so what I'm going to do is something that, should I do that? Gosh, there's so many choices. So this stuff has a unique quality to it. I want to try it on another piece first so you guys can see. Now to get something thick like that through the opening, I usually take a piece of thread. Usually, oh, there's some scraps. You just lay your thread down and then lay a yarn over the top. And then you feed that through the opening. Before I try it on that, I'm going to try it on a piece of fabric because I'm doing something I haven't done before. Whoops. This is going to ruin the surprise. I don't want to do that. Give me that one back. Pays to cut your tails of your thread, because if you don't, they get caught and they pull out of things, and that's what just happened. So what I have here is a braid that has the ability to be sewn in more than one way, and it looks completely different in different ways. What I'm going to use is a straight stitch, and I'm centering the ribbon beneath the needle by turning this nut, which moves the guide, and now I'm just using a straight stitch, and I'm using the denim thread. So I want to make sure it's perfect before I go to do it on my project. cool. I think it'll work for what we're doing. Can you guys see that well? Pretty? Or should I not do that? And this is how I would test something out. Yes? All right. Thumbs up. Where'd the trim go? I unthreaded it. Well, that was pretty easy to unthread, that's for sure. Didn't even know I had. Now you know why you can never have too many different kinds of thread. Thread is like paint to an artist, isn't it? It's like we need every color and every kind. Trims is where we're headed next. Because I know a lot of you are frustrated that you don't have trim. So this is one of the trims that I've been secretly loving for quite a few years. It's just getting this to look good on the top. So what I'm going to do is take the liquid based. I'm going to be ready with it. I don't want it yet. Let's see. I already balanced the needle to the trim, so that shouldn't change. And we know this thread is terrible at tying a knot, so I'm going to make a long tail so I can bring it through to the back side again. Straight stitch, everything's good. And now my focus is right in front of the foot. Get that trim out of the way so it doesn't cover up your path. And this foot, well, it's just, you know, kind of engineered to ride on top of fabric and allow you to zip around. Darn foot control is stuck on, oh, that's what it is. It's an extension cord. It keeps stopping me from driving my sewing machine. The reason I'm going slow is because I don't have my glasses on. Where are they? There they are. I think I need to go a little bit more this way. And we can get away with just a straight stitch because this is our fuse and fuse holding all this down. Ooh, I wonder if I could take that through. I probably can. There's nothing wrong with adjusting that guide as you go around if you feel like you need to. Oh my gosh, that is just stunning. I love our live sessions because I try things. I go, should I try that? And you guys are always like, yes, of course. Try it, try it. Can you see that good, you guys? It looks like somebody really worked hard to do that. So where's that big needle? Oh, this one's not as fat as the other one. I'm doing this with my left hand. Wow. I'm not usually capable of much with my left hand. Unless I'm using the Octi-Hoops. Oh, come on. Here we go. I'm going to bring it down right between where those two join together. I'm trying to do this so you can see it, but that's a lot to take through in one needle. You could have done one at a time. Probably would have been a little bit easier. Come on, where are you? Ugh, tried not to drop that needle, but I did. I never cut the bobbin thread, no wonder I'm struggling. Don't cut anything till you look at the top. Because I kind of pulled on it. So I'm going to fluff it out. Before I tie the knot. And it's because all of these are interlocking with one another. Now you can't see it. All right, let's tie that off. I think I should do the blues by themselves. What time is it? 5:30. 3.5 hours. We'll do a little bit of quilting, but I probably will not finish the whole thing. I have racks and tubs and containers and bottles that milk came in, or different kinds of milk-like products came in, full of thread. So I'm going to make note of that and go, no quilting near that knot. Pretty, guys. Isn't that nice? So now you know how to applique with something thick. You have to pull it back to the back. Do you have the energy for some free motion quilting? Or should I call it a day? I didn't say I would. I said I might. I got to clean up. I wish I had this to just sell you right now. But know that we're really just waiting on the thread supplier. Everybody's just been a lot slower than life ever used to be in buying stuff to sell. And this box is just threads I just recently tested. There's more. I like the way I have the camera set up. I can just put it away and you can't see it anymore. You have no energy, Amy? No energy for quilting? I'll bet there's someone that's going to go, what? No. Don't you dare quit. I signed on for the quilting. Well, if you know about our Octi-Hoops, you know that you don't use a foot. So I'm putting all the feet away. This is recorded. You can watch it afterward. I'm going to do a little because I feel like it. I feel so good today. I had a couple days where I didn't feel very good. Now I feel so good. Yes, it does have to do with the pandemic. The distribution of many things is slowed down. I think it's made us more patient as people. Used to always like order and get it, and now we have to wait a little while, and it's out of all of our control. Before I quilt, I'm going to remove all of the hold light from the back. As I peel, I'm peeling like this, not up, not pulling up on it. And I'm probably going to have to go get my tweezers from wherever I left them. I'm trying to remember where I put them. Now, in the satin stitch, it's going to actually stay in there, and it is permanent. Oh, that's right. Better Days is actually sewing. Is that what you mean? You don't have the energy to quilt yours? Did you applique yet? Did you stitch? Or have you left off just, I'm trying not to say just, and I just did it. Did you only cut your pieces out? There we go. Now, on a placemat, one time I went, you know what? I'm going to leave it in there because it's waterproof and it'll protect my table. But it's noisy. It's like when I pick it up or put something on it, I can hear it like crunching and it bothers me. It's also full of static electricity and never wants to let go of you, so I have to put it in a little ball and throw it in the trash. But I've never had a stabilizer perform better as a backing for applique. I think a couple weeks ago when I appliqued, someone was like, what is that noise? What am I hearing? And it was this. But once you remove it, it's all the noise is in the trash. Come on, there you go. This is when I wish you guys would talk to me. Ask me questions. This is the time where I can't sew and all I have to do is something that's boring. That if you were bringing up questions, I could easily look up and answer. Tweezers definitely work better, but it might take me longer to find them. Good job. I'm so impressed. I think this is the first time anyone was actually sewing while I was live. At least the first time I'm aware of it. Well, you know everyone in the live is going to want to see your work, so you better hurry up and do it. And you know people follow up in the school now. They start to harass you. If you say you're going to do something and you're not me, they'll seek you out and find you in the school and say, what happened to the thing you said you were doing in the live? No pressure. Like Sandy, she hasn't been on in a while, but she posted like stuff she was going to sew. And so comments keep coming on her picture. Like, did you do it yet? Did you do it yet? I wonder if she's regretting posting it before she was ready to sew it. No pressure. I think you're up for it. So if there's little flecks of this, I'm not worried about it being in there. Especially because this isn't going to be a quilt. It's going to be a placemat. But teeny tiny little pieces will be undetectable no matter what. Although I must say that if I wasn't live, I didn't feel like I had to work on time, I would first off be using my tweezers instead of my fingers trying to grab it. And I probably would make sure that I get all of it out. You can see how well that holds onto the fabric. And that's why it doesn't pucker when you're steering around. And why I was able to grab it and hold it like this as I was sewing instead of holding like this. And Hold Light is the hummingbird stabilizer in our site, Creative Feet. Almost. Today is a day I'm counting everything by how many petals I have left. Yeah, Sandy, well, we're friends on Facebook too. So I know that she was having a lot of fun there for a while, and fun can kind of distract you from your other fun. I'm sure she'll be joining us again soon. I'll give her another week or so. Have you ever had so much fun you stopped doing what you thought was the most fun? All right, come on. Come on off of there. That's just a straight stitch. That's why it's a little bit different. I want my tweezers. I have lots of pairs. Oh well. Almost done. If I had cut all my bobbin threads, this would be easier. That Invisifil bobbin thread was so hard to see. Just don't want to cut our thread. I like that look. Do you see that? Do you see what do you see this? I don't know. Let me see. Ooh. Can you see what's happening there? It looks like just like a knot and a knot and a knot. So if we used an invisible thread in the bobbin and sewed upside down with this stitch or this thread, then we'd have the look of hand like knots, which would be good for like ribbon embroidery. What do you think? You tired of staring at me tearing this stuff off? Have you ever like been doing so good and moving so quick and tripped over an extension cord and fell down and hit your head on the wall? That's something I did last week. I'm okay. I just got going too fast. It's definitely harder to remove this when it's just a straight stitch. All right. There's a song that plays in my head when something like this takes too long. It goes, "Any day now." Hi, Susan. Yes, sometimes you have to take a break from one kind of fun for another. Oh my goodness. 2 more petals and I can start quilting. Because I already have my backing fabric. I'm just going to use the same. And if you don't know that I have a binding video, I do. So binding is no longer an issue if you avoid it in any way. You can find that under my Clare Rowley's Creative Notions playlist. Those are my live pre-recorded videos that I make like a show, but they're not live, so we cut through all of this. This is edited out or sped up really fast, so you don't have to endure the time in real time. You had grass grab your ankle? Are you sure there wasn't something in the grass that grabbed your ankle? I think I shouldn't even have told you, because I really think I fell because my friend fell like 2 days before me. So I just say we are all going to stay upright. Ta-da! Okay, we're done. Thank you for watching. No. I can hear my Octi-Hoops going, "No, you said we were going to play today." Oh, I'm in love with it. I was already in love with the fabric, but I am really in love with this. I'll give you a top view. Oh, it's just so pretty. My son's going to love this for our Instagram page. He does a lot of my social media now. So see this? This is another version of that, so it comes in more than one color. Fun, fun. Where's my other Octi-Hoop? Where are you hiding? This one I had him at. Oh. No. Where the heck did I put it? All right, angels, help me find it. I thought it was hard to stay organized before. And now that I have a live weekly show, the demand of keeping myself organized. It's a lot more challenging than I thought. I just have too many places I put things. Oh, there you are. So you received 3 hoops in the kit. Okay, and so you get the 3 different size hoops, each varying in size, and then you get 2 handles. I just love that for a picture. And I need batting. The hoop that you use on top when quilting, I'm hoping this does a really good still shot so I can use it as a photo. We'll see. What do you think? Think that's a good photo? Would that make you wonder what the heck is this about? That's pretty. Okay. Batting. Where are you batting? We always have batting nearby. Okay, time to get batting fuzz all over me. And this is the bamboo batting. My favorite batting for several different reasons. I think this fabric makes me feel more awake. When we use the Octi-Hoops for quilting, we use 2 hoops at the same time by grabbing the corner, and you can just swing it around. And it's a good idea to take these and walk around with them, you know, wear them. Take them to the kitchen. Swing them around like this with your non-dominant hand. This is my dominant hand over here. My dominant hand's gonna hold on to the little handle, resting my hand on the bottom frame, and this hand's job is to keep the frames together. And this is how you quilt, with your elbows down and shoulders relaxed. So if you grab the corner and swing it around, grab the corner and swing them around, and just keep doing that and do it with your eyes closed a little bit. And you'll train your brain that this hand's job is to keep the frames together. If you're left-handed, you will, oops, see, I can't even do it. I'm not left-handed. If you're left-handed, you'll rest your hand this way. And that is how we use the Octi-Hoops for quilting, except for you can't see the fabric. Hi, Chase. Hi, Chase. Mommy's not done yet. I'm not done yet. Nope. You need to go. Did you want everyone to say hi to you? Chase wants to say hi. Come on. Here he is. This is a troublemaker that makes all the... Ow. I love you too. I do. All right. It's time to get down. He's like, please go outside and see what packages arrived. Go on. Go on. Go on. Get on your spot. His tail's too tall. He grabbed my thread with his tail. Okay. So I can't move this because this is fabric. But on the surface of your sewing machine, it'll slide easily, as they are designed to slip and slide on surfaces. So that is how you'll end up moving it, even though you can't see the hoop beneath. And if you were to move this without your non-dominant hand, it wouldn't move. So that's the principles behind this. We use the science of resistance. We pull these two together and they resist one another and it holds them together, and this is enough area of connection to keep them from slipping, so your fabric won't do that inside the hoop. Does everybody understand that? Your dog wants to play when sewing. This one wants me to go for a WALK because he knows the sun is going down. It's the 6 o'clock hour here anyway, and he knows that I don't go past 6. So we got 15 minutes, and then I'm going to quit because I do. Do a little bit. And never know, one day I may just go in live and finish it while you guys watch. See, I would normally say, all right, next week I'll finish this up. Except for next week, I've already committed myself to doing an apron inking lesson. So I'm laying out my batting. And I always cut my batting bigger by like 1 inch at least all the way around. This is needle punched batting with a scrim, 100% bamboo. And this is a very sloppy cut. Now frequently I will not back my quilt with fabric. I quilt with the batting alone, and then I do the backing afterward because, well, generally I do a lot of extra stuff, which embellishments sometimes, but to show you, periodically I will back something. And you might be wondering, where's the safety pins? I'm more interested in trying to line up the top and the bottom. I usually start out with a bigger back altogether, bigger than the batting, so you don't have to worry about not lining up your top. That isn't centered. However, I did not cut this square. And I believe if I do cut it square, that I have plenty of extra. I'm going to bring this up a little bit on this side. You can see it's kind of hard to get the fabric to come away from the batting. It's one of the really cool features of the bamboo batting is that it has high level of static cling. So you almost really don't need to baste in any way. If you're insecure about that, you can go ahead and baste using different methods that you want. However, if you use a spray baste, you'll need a foot. And one of the neat things about the Octi-Hoops is not needing a foot. If you are just, like I'm doing a king size quilt very soon, and it'll be filmed. It will not be live, simply because I can't on the set. So what I'm going to do on my king size quilt, because it's a king size quilt, it's just so big. There's anything can happen. I don't know. Even though it's so hard to get that batting to separate from the fabric once you do it, is you lay everything out and then pull back halfway through your quilt. And then from the center, you work your way out and use our liquid based. And remember, this is just water soluble stabilizer in a bottle. And you just do little dots. So think of this as a safety pin or a basting stitch, safety pin, basting stitch, safety pin, basting stitch. No more safety pins or basting stitches. Yay, yay, yay. And then just gently slide your finger over it, not pushing it through the batting, but just to make sure that little blob is not a big blob anymore, that it's spread out. And then you lay it down and gently brush your hand over the surface. And that will hold the top of your quilt. And do the same thing on the back. Now I'm not going to do that because I know that it's going to stay, because it just stays. It's awesome. Now I need to choose what thread colors I'm going to use out here. And I keep wanting to use peach. And no one seems to like peach. I can't believe that not one of you said yes, peach. Now if you want your colors to show a lot, then you use a 40 weight thread. If you want your thread to not show very much at all, use the Invisifill thread. And this is a dark Invisifill, which I really think that this would look better if I leave this as the color and that I use a tone on tone for the fabric, or a very slight difference in shading. What do you think? Think I should go just a little bit lighter than this? I think that this would be a good one. It has a little bit of color, but not that much of a shine. And if you're wondering what it is, it's Invisifill number 705. All right, and I'm going to do a little bit. Not a lot. I'm actually almost at 4 hours now, so. Come on, get on there. Tack. Now with this one layer of batting and the Invisifill thread and the needle and the bobbin, I can quilt with an 80-12 needle instead of a 90-14. Hi, Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell's coming in now. She walked away. I messed up winding this bobbin back up. All right, so why would I want to go with a thinner needle for quilting? One is the hole will be smaller, and you won't be at risk of skipping stitches like you would if you were using too small of a needle for a thicker thread. I'm just sitting there going, do I have any 8012 needles handy? And the other reason is, say you want to go and do micro quilting, which are teeny tiny little quilts, so, or designs. It's like there's an inch long feather, and you wouldn't know there was an inch long feather if you didn't set something to help you see how small it is, like a penny or a dime next to it. You would not know that it was. This fabric actually has a pattern on it, and I could follow the pattern as well. That's another option. So I'm going to show you on the close-up. It has like a leaf pattern and a floral design. This is a great option for you when you're learning how to quilt, to get a fabric that has a pattern and then commit to what on the fabric you're going to quilt. So here's a leaf pattern, and I could go, okay, I'm only going to quilt around the leaves. That way I'm not quilting around everything, like the flowers or the inside of those leaves. It's still going to look really nice if you are consistent. And most people aren't going to know anyway. I'm going to take this foot off. I don't know if you can hear Tinkerbell digging the carpet, but she is digging the carpet under my feet. That's one way to get my attention. Now I'm removing my machine snap-on adapter. Make sure you put it somewhere safe. Bye, Lorinda. See you next week. Didn't I thread it? I think I unthreaded my threading. Straight stitch is the setting, center needle position. You can lower your feed dogs if you choose to. I frequently forget. As with the Octi-Hoops, or whenever you don't have a foot attached, you do not need to lower your feed dogs. Your machine cannot feed the fabric without pressure from above. That's how the sewing machine works. So I'm going to leave my feed dogs up just so you can see that I'm telling the truth. And I need to decide what I'm going to do. Am I going to follow the pattern? Or am I going to do a pattern? I kind of like the idea of doing an echo quilt pattern. Maybe echo quilt around, and then do one more echo quilting, and on that echo quilting I could do pebbles all the way around. Does that sound like a good idea? I don't want to have to trace anything, but I could, because we can do whatever we want. It's our design. Oh, if I do that echo quilt, then I can do my echo quilting lines in this color and switch to another color for the pebbles. All right, so if I'm gonna, who just ran into my chair? I don't see her. What are you doing? Did you get up there and fall down? Oh, you're digging the batting. Get on your chair. No, that's not yours. She got a hold of the batting that I didn't use, and that's what she was digging. She was like trying to make it into a bed for herself. She has a condominium in here. I have beds in several different locations in different heights so that she is always happy, and that wasn't enough. She wanted the batting. I had a Tupperware container full of bridal fabric once, and she was in it. She had jumped in it and dug up, and she's like, yeah, man, I want satin, please. Can you make me a satin bed? Are you really going to be upset? She's leaving the room now. She's like, fine, I'm not going to hang out with you. Same as always, Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. Now if I do this type of pattern, it is challenging because, you know, then we have mathematics and we have to make sure we're the same distance all the way. And this is why I probably shouldn't do it now. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do pebbles around the outside of this. I lowered the presser foot, even though there's no foot on the machine. Bring your bobbin thread up. I kind of think it'll be nice to have different size pebbles. So I'm going along where that stitching line was from my stitching, so can't really see it. Tied a knot. Get rid of that knot. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed, making sure that you're not laying on top of your quilt. I kind of move it and I put make sure my hand is on the machine. You can lay on top of the quilt as long as you're laying on the frame that's beneath it. And then you just start sewing and say circles. Because your brain knows what a circle is, but it doesn't necessarily know what a pebble is. And the way that circles work, or pebbles work, is that you want them to sit on top of two other pebbles. And I like to go around my pebbles twice. So now I'm going to sit a pebble on top of those two. And on top of those two. And now again. And a circle. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. And you can vary them in size. I've got a couple more. This is when I get really relaxed. The Octi-Hoops are one of the most relaxing processes. It becomes almost an addiction when you start doing free motion and stop worrying so much about it. And we're doing a bunch of pebbles. Is it too subtle a color, or are you guys able to see it? Can you see it okay? You like it, so you must be able to see it. Yeah, I think the flowers are so dramatic that I don't want everyone to pay too much attention to the quilting. My elbow is not comfortable, which is why that pebble wasn't circular. So I usually will have something padded on the table so that I don't get uncomfortable. Because if you start getting uncomfortable, you might start lifting your elbow, and when you lift your elbow, well, then you're not as stable, and your quilting quality could drop considerably, like 70% less. My son would go, never talk in percentages. It's a considerable difference. Elbows down to elbows up. You should try it when you're trying these, and you'll be able to tell that that is actually the main reason you can do better with this. I forgot to switch the camera. There we go. So this is with no foot. And I am suddenly reminded of my inking that I did. I did a koi fish pond. That will be going live soon on our channel as a pre-recorded video, not a live video. I didn't mean to say live. And I use the same mathematics or process for making the bubbles on the surface of the water as I am doing now for making these pebbles. And the idea is to not make them all the same size. Now I don't have to just do that. This isn't a sample though. This is actually going on my kitchen table. So I'm still trying to decide what I'm going to do and have to commit to it. And there is this wonderful rhythm that you get into. And don't worry about stitch length. Your brain knows what you like. There isn't a stitch length in free motion, as there's no feed dog interaction with the fabric and a foot to make the fabric feed at all. It's all my motion and how fast I'm moving my hands based on the speed of the sewing machine. And elbows are down, shoulders are relaxed. I'm not pushing down at all. All I'm doing is keeping this frame connected to this frame by just bringing the two together and holding them with my non-dominant hand. This is the hand that's doing all the moving, and I'm doing so with my hand down, and then I just draw. So you can see I could quilt for a few hours and just keep doing the same thing, but I really wanted to do something in conjunction with this. And now that I've done that much pebble, I really should just commit to going around about an inch all the way around before changing to the next pattern. And I have shown how to quilt like this on many of my Fabrically Speaking live video episodes. So you should go ahead and be sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't done so yet. And when you do, if you look at the playlists, find the playlist called Fabrically Speaking Live and go through that, and you'll see several different videos where I have shown free motion quilting so that you can learn more about the free motion quilting process and different shapes that you can do. And know that I will be bringing more free motion quilting in future episodes, but we are at the cutoff time, which is 4 hours of Fabrically Speaking Live for this, our 18th episode in season 2. I hope you enjoyed watching today. If you did, go ahead and hit that like button and share this with your friends. And when the video ends, the live chat will close. At that time, that's when you hit the like button, because that's when it shows up. You close the live chat, and then all your comments will sit in the comments after that. Feel free to ask questions in the comments after I end this session, and I will review those. However, I don't go back on the live chat anymore, as we go live every Thursday at 2 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. Our time doesn't change. Your time changes if you're not in Arizona or in another state that doesn't change. So just make sure that you check what time is it in Arizona so that you don't lose track, or just subscribe to our channel and you'll be notified every time I go live. Let's see what else. We also have a free online school called Create with Clare Rowley at create.clarerowley.com. I'm going to go ahead and add that link in the chat before I end the video while the music plays. And I really enjoyed spending this Thursday afternoon with you all. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate having you. And I'm just going to look and see, is there any other questions that you have before I end the session? You got a quick little chance here while I get myself ready. Let's see. The dogs are really saying, let them ask after the video ends. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye.